Well, hello, everybody. Good evening. Happy. Where did my webcam go? What the? Did my webcam turn? Oh, my webcam tried to follow my wife, didn't it? I just got a brand new webcam and it has AI tracking to it. So let's bring it back to me, shall we? Where did you go, webcam? Where did you go? Come on. Come to me. I'm right here. Come on over and come to the right person. Yeah, my wife was here until I got the stream started, so I think it saw her and followed her out. Yes, Jeff, the new camera is here. Which is why I wasn't on for a second because my wife was sitting here talking with me while I was getting things started. And I'm pretty sure it followed her out. So, yes, I have a brand new camera. Jeff, thanks so much for the help with getting a camera chosen and worked out. I did end up with the Insta Link or Insta 360 link. Yeah, it does have an eye for my wife. It is a smart camera. I can't fault it one bit. I also have an eye for my wife, so um, but this one is pretty cool. It's a gimbal camera, so now I have the ability to move around. It's going to follow me as I go. I can stand up throughout the stream as long as I don't go too quickly. It will continue to follow me, and I can stand up. I can sit down. I can move around, and it will do stuff, which is great for my story time streams, especially because I'll actually have the ability to stand up and move around on those 3+ hour streams where I'm just reading and be able to do stuff with them. I played around with it a little bit last night during my uh, virtual tabletop stream, and then of course I'll play around with it tonight. I mean, it does a little bit of wonky stuff sometimes when I turn my head because it's tracking to my face. Um, but overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty thrilled with the way that it is. It's working out so far. Um, may have to play with lighting a little bit. I don't know if I'm completely happy with how yellow I look at the moment. I may want to go in and take the white balance and let's say take it down a little bit to I could take it down to 2500 and just dull myself out just a little bit. Um, but at the moment I'm just kind of letting it do its thing and calling it good. I mean the light that I have on me is definitely more of a yellow light, so it doesn't surprise me that it kind of comes out this way. So overall pretty good so far. I'm happy with it. I mean I can even set it up for doing some automatic zooming as I go about. So if I actually sit there and sit back, it'll basically keep me in at an approximate zoom to it. As I move about, it will keep approximately a head composition to me as well. Which is another kind of neat feature to it. Overall, thrilled so far. Um, we'll see how it goes in the long run and how it works overall. Because why not? What with everything else, why wouldn't my mic just go dead? Of course. It's gonna be one of those days. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yeah, it probably went dead, so I just unplug and plug back in my Focusrite Solo, and it starts working again. So what I was saying, if you missed it, is we finished Malicious Intent. We're taking the go back card, and we're moving back in time a little bit to the book we should have moved to, and that is Main Event by James D. Long, which will start after the first match gets completed. I realized I picked up this Archer Tempest a while back, and I haven't played with it at all. So, it seems like a good place to start for the evening. Went in and, just very subtly adjusted what it had on it. It had some medium lasers and a standard engine. I upped them to medium pulse lasers and put it to a light engine. That's it. But I'm going to take this out and give it a try for the first match of the evening. And then when it is all said and done, we'll be able to start into some story time this evening. And we'll see where the night takes us. See where we go, right? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hope none of you guys are stuck down in Florida right now. Seems like those down in Florida are having kind of a rough time of it. It's a little. I mean, it's not good when Disney and Universal close. Because I don't know that I've ever seen that before. So, knew that wasn't good when that was happening, and it's a mess down there right now. So, if you know anybody down in Florida, or you happen to be down in Florida, God bless you. Hopefully, things get better and you're safe, or the people that you know are safe down there. Because, yeah, I mean, when you've got a hurricane coming through and I see on the news that it's spinning off tornadoes from it, I mean, that can't be good. Just sounded ugly. And you know what I didn't put on here that I should have put on here? Consumables. Because consumables should always be put on a mech, and I never remember to put them on. Well, hello, everybody. It's my first match ever. Please don't go too hard on me.
You do realize you can't talk over voice stuff until you're like 26 match, right?
Weapons online.
Quiet, you.
All systems
He's joking.
Override engaged.
override engaged.
Like any of them should know my name by this point as a streamer in the community. And like a brand new player would drop in a tier 1 match with a unit tag. PPC's already flying. Oh, wait, there's blue lasers from the hill already. Say it isn't so. If I can get in a good spot to launch some missiles at these yahoos. The hell is that new seal doing up there?
Target acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They've got a light on our tail end.
Well, we pushed in quick, and they must have done the same.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They've got lurks, folks.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Echo.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired. Center torso critical.
Ow.
Target
Warning,
spotted.
incoming missile.
Target spotted.
They're pushing Golf 7, trying to wrap around.
New target acquired.
It was an immediate... You know what? I didn't adjust armor on this thing.
Target spotted.
My armor's probably off.
Medium pulse laser destroyed.
Any more mechs here?
Yeah, I didn't take nearly the damage I should have.
Are eliminated. We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
Target acquired.
Fuck.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired. Heat level
Target
critical.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
Override shut down.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired. New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
I wonder if that
Level
Fafnir hit me to start with.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
That would be a way to start.
New target
Target
Let
acquired.
me go look at my armor after this match.
Heat level critical.
With no skill points, it's always rough to
Target
start with
Target
anyway.
spotted.
Heat level critical. New target acquired.
You're always going to die quick on a tier 1 match with no skill
spotted.
points.
Heat level critical. Target
Target
acquired.
spotted. We've lost half our force. We can't lose any
New
more
target
soldiers.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Heat level critical. New target
spotted.
acquired.
This Cougar has an amazing amount of
New
energy
target
weapons
acquired.
on it.
Heat level critical.
Target spotted. The enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing.
Heat level
spotted.
critical.
We're taking critical losses. We need you to pull through. Thanks. Affirmative. Target spotted.
Heat level
spotted.
critical.
One torso down on the Fafnir. If he can get that other torso, he's in good
New
shape.
target acquired.
Fafnir's coming up behind him. Thought he was, at least.
We've almost got them all. Clean up the survivors.
Target acquired.
spotted.
Left torso critical damage. Target destroyed. New target
Nice.
acquired. Heat level critical. Right torso critical damage.
Target spotted.
Ah, you got it.
There's a Cougar down by the gas station, Diesel.
New target
spotted.
acquired. Heat level critical.
Target spotted.
Override.
Nice.
engaged.
Unless he kills
Nicely
himself.
done. That leaves the Fafnir you were working on.
Target acquired. Heat level
Target
critical.
spotted.
Override shut down.
Target spotted.
Ooh, he dropped smoke on where you were. At least I thought I saw smoke.
critical. Target
Damn, nice. Damn, nice job in that cougar.
And suddenly I feel like saying he and I clutched it. Or at least got the kills.
Sure wasn't me.
I got one or two.
It's cougar time. Yeah, I got arrows down, but I gotta win. Win! For what that's worth. Cougar. Alright, let's do a couple of things really quick. Like, yeah, armor's a little wonky. Let's get the consumable onto here. A cool shot for now. I can get 2 skill points onto here. And actually at the moment, normally I would do something different, but because it's a missile boat right now, let's get missile stuff on there. And we'll go ahead and drop it into a match, but let's start ourselves into the prologue of main event. Prologue. It is the year 3054. Mankind inhabits the stars, but has taken his warlike nature with him. The thousands of human-occupied worlds of the inner sphere were once bound together in a glorious, prosperous star league. With the fall of the league in 2781, a dark age descended as each of the 5 surviving star empires warred for domination. For almost 3 centuries, the 5 successor lords fought among themselves in the endless conflict that became known as the Succession Wars. Millions died, and a few worlds changed hands. But for all the fighting and dying, little changed until 3049, when the inner sphere met the clan juggernaut. With their superior war machines and superhuman infantry, these warrior descendants of the legendary Alexander Kerensky's vanished Star League army came. Come on. To reclaim the inner sphere. For 3 years, the clans were unstoppable, until the comm guards battled and bested them on the world of Tukayid. Their victory brought the successor states a 15-year truce, paid for by countless lives. The truce of Tukayid has held for 2 years, but simmering hatred on both sides threatens to tear it asunder.
Right, check.
Rival clans raid each other's holdings, fanning the flames of civil war. Once more, the inner sphere trembles on the edge of apocalypse. This time, no one may survive.
Left side, Charlie 5.
Resource point Gamma.
Make that jump to 4.
In a world.
Anybody fast secure Theta? We'll deny it afterwards.
override engaged.
Target spotted.
You gotta do that movie trailer voice for a beginning like that, right?
Still on to Nickel 5.
Hurry on it, son. I'll go there.
In the
Stomping
remnants
Nickel
of the
4.
Star League.
Got a long range D4
Target
infantry.
acquired.
Go for it, go 3.
Resource point Theta is ours.
Go full legs onto Javelin if you can.
Can we grab back Epsilon, you think?
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
I'm going for it,
There
Delta
was a
6,
commando
Delta
on
6.
the metal. The commando running
Command
around.
confirming that we have possession of Kappa.
New
Anybody
target
with me?
acquired.
Like a bunch going left.
Negative.
Delta 4, Echo.
New
They've got
target
alarms.
acquired.
Watch out for the Godzilla, it's 5 mil extend. Delta 3,
Right,
Delta
so
4.
the Godzilla is one shot.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Delta 3 is hot.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
That's where they're at.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
New
Most of them are
target
Delta 3,
acquired.
C3.
New target acquired.
Yeah,
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I'm getting out of this area. Get out of Theta, man. Get back to Charlie 5 with the rest of the team, or we're going to get overwhelmed and destroyed.
We've already gained a quarter of the resources. Keep
Don't
it
do
up.
it, you have Epsilon.
The enemy is at 25%.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Was literally downstairs making out with the other.
He missed them.
New target acquired.
We're clear on Epsilon.
We have gained Epsilon. Theta is controlled
What's in
by
your
the
face,
enemy.
doggy?
Here they come. On the right now.
New target acquired.
Lima's
New
leg.
target acquired.
Negative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Timberwolf,
acquired.
Charlie 4 low ground.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Halfway to victory. We need to keep holding on to our resource points.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Heat level critical. LRM ammo at 25%. New target acquired.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resource points from them to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, I'm killing myself. Ow. My daughter's home with her cat. And her cat missed the other cats. I mean, 315 isn't horrible in a learn boat with pretty much no skills on it. Are they going to... There we go. I was going to say, are they going to come take one of our points? And that should be enough to kick it over. No, it's not. They've got to go take Kappa or Sigma. There we go. Taking Sigma. Come on, none of you left alive. Go make a final push. Aww. The none of us being alive couldn't make it. Sad. And not enough experience to go put anything into this. So, another match. Part 1. Chapter 1. Tara. Northwind. 23 April 3054. As the hatchway of the Bristol opened outward, a cool breeze and a host of fresh scents rushed into the cramped interior of the dropship. Shuffling from one foot to the other, the passenger nearest the door waited impatiently for the opening hatch to meet the rising gangway. The moment the two connected, the man bounced through the hatchway and down the steps. Elsewhere on the ship, other hatches began to open as spaceport workers began bringing in the trucks and cranes they would use to unload the huge dropship. Jeremiah Rose stopped to draw in a deep breath. The dawn breezes on Northwind had a scent all their own, one he had never forgotten in all the years away from his homeworld. The real thing was far better than any memory, but he had no time to tarry. Moving quickly, Rose headed towards the customs building where his gear had to pass inspection before he would be free to enter the streets of Tara, the capital of the planet. Muscling his twin bags with practiced ease, Rose stepped lightly between and around the port workers as they hurried to and fro with their burdens. He trotted across the slightly damp tarmac and shouldered his way through the main entry. Startled custom agents in their regulation Stuart tartans stared at him as he pushed the unexpectedly light door open with a crash. Across the room, a small man with service bars up his entire left arm turned to stare at Rose, while all around him the junior custom agents tried, and failed, not to show their amusement. The hawk-faced old man, obviously the senior member of the staff on duty, motioned Rose toward his table with an evil leer. Rose had seen and worked with this petty-minded type before. King of this one small room, he was going to make sure Rose knew it. Rose's clumsy entrance had embarrassed him, and now Rose would have to pay. All thoughts of a quick and easy entry into the city vanished as the man moved with deliberate slowness to examine Rose's belongings. For what seemed an eternity, he poked and prodded through Rose's cases, none of which contained anything unusual or even vaguely suspicious. Rose was born and bred a warrior, and his clothes reflected it. The warrior life was his heritage, and, until recently, it had been his occupation. Returning to his homeworld, he believed it would be again. Like most soldiers, he traveled light. The 3 flight suits in the first case were identical to the one he wore. His single set of dress clothes was piled in a heap after the senior agent's search, but the mistreatment didn't bother Rose at all. The clothes had been stored during the entire trip from Terra, and they would continue to be packed away, even in their current disarray, after the agent was finished.
All systems.
Shaving kit, underwear, socks, belts, and boots received the same treatment, winding up in the same tangled pile. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Butters McLovin, Kerensky.
They've taken
That just
Epsilon.
started if you're alt-tabbed.
You always hope my override engaged at the beginning reminds them of that, but you never know.
Point Sigma. Command confirming that we have
Target
possession of
acquired.
Kappa. Target
Echo
spotted
5
north
light.
point Gamma. Target spotted. Theta is controlled by the enemy.
Got something with ECM protecting that guy in Echo 6.
Affirmative.
Quite a bit coming over that ridge in Echo 6.
Target spotted.
Blasted the shit out of me. All those assaults around me, they blasted me.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Echo 6.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Alpha. Javelin.
Target spotted.
Got a lot of mechs in Echo 6, Delta 6.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Target spotted. The enemy is at 25%. We've already gained a quarter of the resources. Keep it up. Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Kill somebody, I don't know.
Target spotted.
Enter
We got mechs in our rear.
Yep. Delta 6, hot.
New target acquired.
Because he just came in an instant cored me.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I am not running well with this archer at the moment. Let's see. Does he still exist? I'm going to move out of this archer for now, I think. Come on, we can do it! I believes in us. Sort of.
Caps, guys. Remember, it's called caps. So if you need another cap, it might help.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
I mean, we're up on caps right now, so it's not too bad.
Almost there. One final push.
Destroyed.
No, it's not with this.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
Good job.
And now we win. Great job.
This triumph will provide
Raven for the win! Yeah, my damage is just not doing good. So let's get into something a little different. Now here's something we hope you'll really like. I don't know what it is yet, but how about the Kintaro? The Kintaro's been really good to me recently. Okay, there's nothing on Amazon about him. I'm trying to find out if there's anything out there about James D. Long. Does he have social media? Does he exist out there still? I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Well, keep on reading in the meantime. 30 minutes later, the man moved to the second case. Around him, the room filled with the passengers Rose had earlier outdistanced. So much for the first one, son. Now, what's in the second case? The agent lifted the bag on end and attempted to work the double latches. Despite his best efforts, the case refused to open, even though it was apparently unlocked. Rose smiled as the man looked up at him. "Allow me." Rose set the case on its bottom and pushed open the 2 latches with his thumb. Spinning the case around, he stepped back slightly. "It's keyed to only open on my thumbprints." The agent shot Rose an evil look. "Sorry," he added quickly. Lifting the top of the customs case, the agent could not contain his surprise to see a single laser pistol with 3 energy clips. Without looking at Rose, the agent lifted the pistol out of the case. "Fancy weapon you got there, son. It's a little overbalanced, though." Rose shrugged. The weapon was his remaining pride and joy. Custom made for his large hands and long arms, it had more range and penetrating power than any laser pistol he had ever seen. It fired more like a rifle with a short grip. "Why do you need a pistol like this?" "I didn't know pistols were forbidden on Northwind," Rose said levelly. "They're not. Not unless you look like trouble or have a criminal record." "I assure you, I am neither." Rose held out his open palms, smiling slightly. The agent seemed unconvinced. "This is a mech warrior's weapon, though I don't recognize the brand. You fancy yourself a mech warrior?"
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems.
Override engaged.
Fleet command, coming in. Capture the target area and engage any hostiles.
Wow, 2 matches in a row on Caustic? That's unusual.
Why, hello, Arminis.
Why, hello yourself. How are you tonight?
How do you do, Mr. Biotech Reader?
I'm doing well. Started a new book tonight.
Ooh, what are you on? Which one?
Main Event by James D. Long.
I don't think I've read that one yet. When does that take place?
3052?
Yeah, I don't think I've read that book yet. Cool. Well, hope it's a good one.
Yeah, I haven't read any of them before I read them on stream, so I hope it's good too.
Cool. There's quite a few good books. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself.
Oh, I've enjoyed most of them so far. They're really good.
Some of them are kind of weird, like a lot of like clanner sections, some of them, but most of them are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I've stuck to the Legends ones, which are all basically the reprints as they've put them out, which has been really good because they're only going to put out the better ones.
Yeah, exactly.
New
I don't know, like
target
some of them,
acquired.
like you can tell what fetishes the author has. But yeah, no. So enjoy your books.
Thank you, thank you.
New target acquired.
Did he say what fetishes the author has? Like birds?
New target acquired.
Are we talking far country?
New
Sorry.
target acquired.
Sorry, that's my bad. Didn't mean to walk around you there.
Got a light run around Delta 6.
Guys, Delta 6, Delta 5.
Target hotel. Tim Wolf, Echo 5.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Relax,
What's in the
Delta
back?
5, Delta 6.
Target spotted.
Lights in Charlie 5, careful.
UAV up at Echo 5.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
What's your flanks?
Target destroyed.
Target Foxtrot, the Annihilator, watch out.
Delta 5, Atlas.
Godzilla.
Coming around. Charlie 4.
Target
He's
acquired.
dead. Good shit, guys.
New
Charlie
target
5.
acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Sorry, Belgian defense.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
The Howl.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Hit level critical.
Sorry.
Target destroyed.
It's killing Locust, guys.
New target acquired.
Meep, 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 meep. Oh, banana hammock supreme.
New
How you doing, Army?
acquired.
Spotted.
I'm good, Bear. How are you tonight?
Dealing with a little bit of anxiety, but I'm okay.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
That's a French Atlas.
You know, when need the help QL, the Atlas.
Dead.
You're gonna have to carry the team, Arminus.
New target acquired.
They're too heavy.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired.
I believe in you guys. You can do it.
New target acquired. Right torso critical damage. Target destroyed. Heat
Nice
level
kill, dude.
Head critically damaged.
The Atlas is coming around, you're all alone.
Well, that's not good.
Left arm critical damage. Left arm destroyed.
Yeah, he's still pretty fresh.
Right arm destroyed. Center torso critical damage. Left
Yeah, there was no way I was taking out the dual rack 5s on that dude.
Yeah. Good try, though.
That guy was nasty.
Yeah, that Kintaro is a nasty build on that thing. I love it. I mean, 3 killing blows, 2 KMDDs, and 794 done in a tier 1 match. I will take that any day of the week.
Why wouldn't you?
Exactly. From a medium mech? Hell yeah. Are you in game?
I'm working on a mech, changing out something before I start playing. That's
Are y-
something I need to. I'm on.
Is it going to be a
something I
couple?
need
Is it going to be a couple of minutes, or
to-
is it going to be
Working
like?
on another match, and I'll be done when you're done with your next
Okay.
match.
I say, are you aching for some bacon? He's a big pig. You could be a big pig too. Who? I'm not sure if it was you, Tuna, or Dropkick Dan. I think it's the one who said that he thought it was he was the one who introduced it to me. But hey, whoever did, I love this Kintaro. This Kintaro is awesome. All right, back to main event. Yes, Rose was a mech warrior, but one without a mech, which put him among the ranks of the dispossessed. The agent's remark hit too close to home, and he glared back at the small man. So, you're a mech jock. The man replaced the weapon in the case and closed the lid. Let's see some papers. You're definitely responsible for naming the angry fish. I believe I was responsible for the build of the angry fish, but you have absolute naming rights on it. Even in this modern age of computers and microprocessors, most people prefer to have the titles to their lands and valuable property on paper or on plastic. There was something solid about looking at the signatures and knowing the property was yours. In addition to the electronic backup, many people like to personally carry the legal titles to their property when relocating. The customs agent was expecting Rose to show him the title to the mech he assumed was on the dropship. Rose reached into the inner pocket of his leather jacket and tossed some papers onto the gun case. The agent picked them up and quickly read through them. No mech. Rose shook his head, unwilling to utter the answer aloud. Dispossessed. The man's voice rose above the noise of the crowd. Heads turned, all eyes on Rose, who stood frozen. Had he been facing the crowd, he would have seen the mixture of pity, amusement, and scorn that rippled through the crowd. A mech warrior was a member of the elite fighting force that controlled the balance of power in the inner sphere. He enjoyed an elevated position in society, just as the knights of the Middle Ages were elevated above the people they protected. To lose one's battle mech was the height of shame for a member of this warrior elite. Behind him, Rose heard the crowd murmur, and knew people were pointing. He regarded the customs agent with silent intensity. Though publicly shamed, the insult did not register on his face. The agent smiled and tossed the papers back to him. Welcome to Northwind and Tyra, son. Enjoy your stay. Keeping his eyes on Rose, the next man pushed the two cases down the short ramp and out of his way. Next. Override engaged.
Kill the asses.
Killed a wabbit, killed a wabbit.
Kill the wabbit.
So my insurance company recently ran a little Facebook raffle for people who liked and commented on their post. And so my wife and I both liked and commented on their post.
There's a good bit of them rotating clockwise towards us.
And
So, towards Fox 5, Fox 4 then, I believe? No, that'd be towards Golf 5, Golf 6.
and we actually won. And what we won was a
I think so far. No, never mind. An Arctic Cheetah.
a Keurig Slim
Target acquired.
that also makes iced coffee. I have rather been enjoying it.
There's snipers up high in the Fox 4, Echo 4 over there.
Snipers on this map? Say it isn't so.
Surprising, I know.
Target spotted.
What's not get caught out at her.
We got ones up on the peaks already as well. Echo 5, Echo 6 high.
Desert 800?
Hello.
Aha.
It's just DSRT.
I'm gonna call you 800. Good dodge. What do you got over that hill?
Thanks.
Just on the
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Don't peek too far to the left. They have snipers in Delta 7.
We are sure gonna get our ass kicked.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
I'm gonna keep rotating 800.
Okay.
I'm gonna Chi Echo 6, moving towards Echo 5.
There's champion
Champion
D7.
Delta 7 low.
Target
spotted.
acquired. New target acquired.
Wolfhound Echo 5.
Target spotted.
Whoever's in the back, you got a light on you.
Target spotted.
Trying to keep here with this group. You can just keep up with this charger. Which is sad because I'm a medium and he's an assault.
Yeah, but he can go like almost 100.
I don't know what the fuck they're fighting, or whatever.
Target
Are
spotted.
they
Target
just all Echo
spotted.
5?
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Good center burn on Kappa.
Target spotted.
2 good center burns on Kappa.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
They running
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
comp tonight?
Not that I've heard yet, but that doesn't mean no
Good
either.
hits on that Hatamoto.
Fox 5, several snipers up on the hill.
I mean, they're, comp is happening tonight, but
Target destroyed.
He's dead. Charlie's dead.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hatamoto Chi just on the other side of that wall arrow.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Torso critical damage. Heat sink destroyed.
damn.
Hotel King Crab.
New target
Fox 5,
acquired.
Fox 6.
The awesome is house. I got shot in the back.
New target acquired.
Watch your back, Echo 5.
Destroyed.
Spotted.
Right arm destroyed.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Pulse laser destroyed. Heat sink destroyed. Left arm critical damage. Critical damage. Left torso.
We had a good push there for a little bit, but all of a sudden we just went boop, and they rolled over us. It happens. Are you ready, Pear?
Yeah, Matt and I are waiting on you.
Oh, waiting on me, huh? Suddenly it's waiting on me.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
All right, I'm in. I'll say if they reach out, I'll switch over to comp, but I don't know if they may have enough people. They may not need me. We'll see how it all goes. So,
Okay.
Rose sidestepped to the end of the ramp and rearranged his belongings into a loose order, then closed the case. Without
Good
looking
job.
back, he walked down the short corridor
Hello.
and into the main terminal of the spaceport. Crowds of people milled near the
Hopefully the match is
doors,
tonight or
waiting
better
for
than
loved
last night.
ones to finish with the customs procedures. Pushing through the crowd, Rose crossed to the far end of the huge room. Having been away for so long, he was not used to the clash of colors that was the cornerstone of Highlander apparel. Tartans of every shade swirled about him, some traditional and easily recognizable, others unfamiliar. As always, however, he also felt the unmistakable undercurrent of Northwind, the joy of living. Of all the people and places Rose had seen, none could match the vigor of the Highlanders when it came to enjoying life. They seemed to relish everything it had to offer, the good with the bad. Ever since the Highlanders returned to Northwind when Rose was just a small boy, they had discovered new enthusiasm for old work. 25 years had gone by, and it was still the same. Rose paused near the main doors of the terminal and drank in the mood of the spaceport. Opening the soul, his mentor would have called it. He looked around once more at the scene, then went out through the heavy doors. A long line of cars stood waiting in the circle drive just outside the terminal building. Approaching the first in line, Rose opened the rear door. The driver hopped off the hood and slid into the driver's seat, just as Rose was closing the door behind him. "The fort, please." The driver glanced over his shoulder and gave Rose a look of obvious confusion. When the man made no move to put the vehicle in motion, Rose returned the stare. "The fort," he repeated. "I'm not some stupid tourist or dumb mercenary. Take me to the fort now."
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
"I will eliminate the enemies no matter the cost." I
So
suppose
you're
no matter
reading-
my bra either, but
The book tonight is what? DRT?
main event.
It was wild guesswork.
Main event by James. I can't remember the last name right now. I'm trying to
Forget
see
the
if he.
font for that one.
I'm trying to see if he has any kind of social media presence out there, because if he does, then I'll tag him in on Twitter or whatever else that I'm reading
Target acquired.
his book. But
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Somebody already shooting at you guys?
oh yeah, PPCs.
Target spotted.
It's a Kintaro.
I just
I
gave
mean,
him a laser burst, but I think I just hit rock.
Damn people in their Kintaros.
Warning,
Of course, what am I in? A Kintaro.
A Mislinks?
I'm gonna have to get me one of those. I don't have one yet. You say it's a heavy or a medium?
It's a medium. He's got Thunderbolts and a light PPC. And I've already dropped about 10+% off of him, and he hasn't hit me yet.
Target spotted.
So he's got Thunderbolts and a light PPC on him.
Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile. Target destroyed.
The enemies are eliminated.
Stolen.
Steal my kill.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Kill your prey faster next time.
Incoming missile. New target acquired.
Atlas with an LRM-20, X-Pulse lasers. He's got a frickin' bag of everything on him.
New target acquired.
Watch out in the water over there, guys. They're definitely targeting down at us. I'm out of the water now.
Who's across the bay?
New target acquired.
Oh, not one of us.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
The
acquired.
enemies are half depleted. Keep pushing. We're experiencing some losses. Don't get
target
sloppy out
acquired.
there.
New target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Target destroyed.
We've almost got them all. Clean up the
Target
survivors.
acquired.
I may have just shot Ceramenius in the back.
Probably. I've been shot in the back several times this match
New
already.
target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
And it's okay. I expect to be shot in the back sometimes.
I think you managed to walk in front of me just as I triggered an alpha strike.
Oh yeah. Probably.
So you survived 2 ER larges and 6 ER mediums in the back.
Oh, you
I'm
didn't
so
hit me
gonna-
with that then because I have too much back armor still for that to have actually hit.
Alright, who on our team is purple and gold?
Target destroyed.
Detecting no more hostiles. Good job, soldiers.
Hey, Dan. Closer to the 750. You should have stuck with your original guess. Stop hedging.
They got an achievement called Big Daddy. What it is? I don't know what it is, but you receive the following item. Achievement Big Daddy. Title Big Daddy.
Because I don't know much, but I know you're Big Daddy. And that may be all I need to know. All right, switching mechs. I ran this mech earlier tonight, but I have a feeling I will have a little bit better luck with it now. It has no skill points in it. It's a brand new archer, so it should be a little bit more effective outside of Tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
At least until I get some skill points going in it. Cowed by Rose's forcefulness, the driver faced front again and eased the car into traffic. Rose was grateful to be left alone with his thoughts during the brief trip to the Highlanders' Assembly Hall of Clan Elders, the chief government building on Tara. Set exactly in the center of the city, it was flanked by attendant buildings that supported the work that went on in the central building's hollowed halls. It had been called the fort ever since the Highlanders had come back to Northwind in 3028. In that year, the Highland clan elders had reached an agreement with the Federated Commonwealth in which the Northwind Highlanders renounced their allegiance to House Liao in return for being allowed to garrison their homeworld as part of the armed forces of the Federated Commonwealth. The returning elders had also declared they would defend Northwind from the fortress of these walls against any and all who threatened. From the little Rose could remember, the speech had been a passionate one, but politics had mostly gone over his 7-year-old head. Rose knew the Highlander elders were meeting in full session today. The yearly event was a gathering of the elders of Tara, and all the chiefs from the outlying provinces. When in session, the High Assembly served as the main Highlander governing body. The Assembly decided matters of planetary importance, and considered proposals that would affect all the Highlanders and Northwind. Although powerful, the High Assembly was actually in session for only 2 to 3 weeks each year, because most governmental matters could be handled and decided by the sub-assemblies that met year-round. Each sub-assembly was responsible for one aspect of Highlander life. The arts, science, medicine, education, and warfare, as well as dozens of other issues, were all directed by an individual governing assembly. The largest and most prestigious was the Assembly of Warriors, which controlled all aspects of the Highlanders' military. Composed of exactly 100 proven Highlander soldiers, the Assembly of Warriors was the first to meet at High Assembly and the last to leave. In all ways, the group was the cornerstone of Northwind.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
This is command. Eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
Bloody fucking wonderful.
Override engaged.
And you guys should be seeing the wonderful, wonderful new gimbal camera at work as I stand up and sit down in between matches, and the camera follows me around. It's a ton of fun. It's a beautiful thing.
Dear God, let him be wearing pants.
When I say it follows me around, it follows my face around. You would never know if I wasn't wearing pants.
Of course,
I
he's
would-
secretly
I would
Captain
know.
Underpants in disguise, so.
Now, that said, I am wearing some fashion of things on my lower half. They may or may not be what the English call pants, or they may or may not be what Americans call pants.
So you're wearing Speedos, you say?
He's wearing a thong.
A thong. Depends.
Thong, the thong, thong, thong.
He's too young for Depends.
Yeah, but long gaming sessions?
New target acquired.
I forgot I'm in my short range mech.
I'm in a lerm boat.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Sling blade. Mm-hmm.
Target spotted.
Them French fry potatoes.
New target
Affirmative.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
You got fleet behind you, Delta 5. Leave it under.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Somebody get that UAV.
Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Thank you.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
25% of the enemies are eliminated.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target
The
acquired.
enemies are half depleted. Keep
Target
pushing.
spotted. Center torso critical damage.
There's a couple in the basement.
Heat level critical. Override shutdown. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Ooh, my center torso is red.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
We've almost got them all. Clean up the survivors.
Like somebody could accidentally sneeze in this airless environment, and I would probably die.
Target acquired.
Those are the best mechs.
New target acquired. 25%.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Oh, we got one guy left. Oh, and he's a DC. Not a Marvel. He's a DC.
I prefer Titan.
The planet?
The comic company.
I don't know. I never liked Comet much. It makes too much of a paste when I clean with it.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Mm.
Target destroyed.
Ground forces. We're detecting hostiles. Good job, soldiers.
Still not great damage, but 426.
Only got 68.
I realize this is one of the hero mechs I'd picked up, and I've never put any skill points into it. So it seemed like it was time to do so. But I think maybe lose those. Put some I switch that to a light tag, take the engine to that. There we go. Let's try that instead. That on weapon group 3. Put some crap in here. Like how about a green beer? A 4-leaf clover. And an envious war drum. That way I'm all green on the inside. Okay. Readied back up. The cab pulled up next to the curb, and Rose stepped out. He slid a 50 bill note through the driver's window and started up the stairs without waiting for the change. Taking the steps 2 at a time, he only slowed his pace upon reaching the courtyard. The court marked the entryway into the fort, and protocol must be observed. Undue haste was definitely not seemly. Sliding doors silently parted as Rose neared the entrance. He proceeded through into the foyer, heading straight for the main desk. Flanking the wooden desk were ceremonial guards, silent and steely-eyed. Ignoring them, Rose spoke to the small woman behind the desk. Everyone who entered the fort was required to register. Come on, I hate when it does that. With the desk, but traffic was unusually light this early in the morning. Normally, Rose would have had a long wait, but it looked as though he'd beaten the rush. Rose, Jeremiah, I'm here to speak before the Assembly of Warriors. Rose looked at a point above the woman's head, careful to keep his back straight and his eyes forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the eyes of one of the guards reacting to his unexpected statement. But like Rose, he kept his body perfectly still and his head straight. You are expected. The assembly has already begun. You will wait until summoned, she said sternly. I've just arrived on Northwind and could not deposit my belongings. Rose stopped, knowing the simple statement would be enough. Within seconds, a boy appeared with a plastic token. Rose handed him the bags, took the token in return, then went to the row of elevators lining the wall. Pressing the third button, he waited until one set of doors opened.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Ah, yes. I have done the same in the past, Dan. I have definitely done the same. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
I don't know much, but I know I wear shoes. And that may be all I need to know.
Target acquired. New target
Can't
acquired.
get through there.
New target acquired. Target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Heat level critical. Override shutdown. New target acquired.
Target spotted. The enemy has
New
destroyed
target
systems.
acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Critical. Heat level critical. Warning. Missile. Heat level critical. New target acquired. LRM ammo depleted.
Assistance.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
And this is why you put lasers onto your learn boats.
We've destroyed target Alpha.
Got a couple up on top of the hill.
I can't get up there.
Well, it's 5 rounds and every single one's been learning where the rest of your team is running away to. It's been great.
It's been great. It's been wildly great. It's been fucking fantastic. I mean, I don't know much, but I know I love you. That may be all I need to know.
New target acquired.
Oh, that's a fucking fresh dire wolf over there.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Torso critical damage. Heat level critical. Light armor critical.
Yeah, that dire wolf was really fresh. Like 90-something% when I think I saw him.
Target acquired.
It's basically up to you, Bear. This Moonwalker has an ERPPC left.
New target.
I mean, I know you only have one beam laser left.
One- I'm dead, Jim.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Damn, it's like they saved that direwolf to just come out at the end. I mean, I did 900 and something damage, so I'm definitely not upset about the damage done. And you sure lived quite a long time there, Bear.
Yep. Only did 247. Though. I did get one killing blow, though.
Well, that's good.
And this mech is not skilled up yet, so that's why I'm using it.
Yeah, I'll take a 931 in a non-skilled learn boat. Any day of the week, and twice on Thursdays. Finish up my missile rack, and now let's go ahead and start getting some of my radar depth in here. Oh no, I had a cool shot. I had a cool shot. My first couple of matches, I forgot it, but I remember the cool shot finally. Once in the car, he was again forced to wait until the car's automatic sensors decided he was clear of the door and no other passengers were entering. Then the doors closed with a soft whoosh, and the car began to rise. Rose glanced at his chronometer, recently adjusted for Northwind's current time, and waited. Seconds later, the car stopped smoothly at the third floor, the doors sliding open with the same soft whoosh. The corridor before him was bare and silent. Twin guards flanked the doors to his left, the only ones on the floor. Behind the massive oak frames, he could just hear the sounds of the assembly. Though the guards did not turn to look at him, Rose knew they could see him perfectly. Quietly, he stepped off the elevator and went to sit on the single bench across from the assembly hall door. What had started 6 months ago with a request to speak before the Assembly of Warriors was finally coming to fruition. His numerous requests had initially received a poor response, but with persistence, he had finally managed to win a place on the agenda. After almost 3 months aboard the ship, he finally arrived by jump ship at the Nadir jump point for Northwind. The trip and system had been aboard the dropship Bristol. Since that time, Rose had been in daily communication with the office of the Assembly Secretary. He'd always known protocol was important, but he'd never realized how little he knew about it until the Secretary uplinked a 200-page document on the subject. If he was to speak successfully, Rose was expected to know by heart the procedures described on those pages and to behave accordingly. He'd studied them long and hard, enough that his confidence was high. Sitting on the solitary bench outside the Assembly of Warriors, he waited with high hopes. 9 hours later, he was still waiting, his confidence a shadow of its former self. The doors had opened several times during the day, and the guards had been replaced twice, but Rose's name had not been called. Soon the session would end for the day. Forcing himself to remain calm, he looked up slowly as the doors opened once more. Voices spilled into the hallway as the special guards stepped into the hall. Jeremiah Rose, the assembly of warriors would hear you speak. Rose stood and followed the man into the room. If his speech was successful, this would be the first step in a long road to come. With a slight sinking feeling, Rose noted his stomach had decided not to accompany him into the room.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override
Somebody's gonna get Gamma. I'm gonna go. I'm on a faster mech. I'm gonna.
We're on
this
the
way.
wrong side to get it anyway.
I'm heading towards Epsilon.
I'll go there with you.
Took so long to get the match, I had time to go wash dishes and open a bottle of sake.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So far, better matches than last night.
That's good. They were rough last night.
There were server issues, so it couldn't connect for ages to start with, and then there weren't a lot of people online, so it took a long time to get matches, and it was pretty much the same handful of people over and over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, might have been slow connecting tonight. I've made it into every match on time, but they've been slow connecting.
Theta is controlled by the enemy.
Do we head for Theta or try to get one of the other ones?
I mean, I'm not heading for Theta.
There's two lights already down on Theta.
So we probably don't need to go to Theta at all.
I'm gonna try to sneak over to Kappa.
Target acquired.
I think that flea is wildly unhappy.
New target
Yeah,
acquired.
I guess his favorite color is not purple.
Or Lerm? I'm not
Or
sure if
Lerm.
Lerm is a color.
Lerm is always a color. Looks like heavy fighting at Theta.
The enemy is at 25%.
There's a Hellbringer at Theta.
Target
Delta.
acquired.
Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa. We've already gained a quarter of the resources. Keep it up. They've taken Epsilon.
Our team is just getting our ass handed to us.
A couple of enemies coming through Charlie 5.
New target acquired.
I wish I had jump jets on this thing.
I put so many medium laser alpha strikes into that flea's legs and it did nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Hostiles have collected 50% of their resources. Capture resources.
We're just going to get absolutely killed in this match. It's 1-7 right now.
Can't go that way. I have to go around
New
this way.
target acquired.
I was fighting 6 mechs, 5 or 6 mechs at the same time.
New target acquired.
I did what I could.
Heat level critical. New target acquired. Heat level critical. New target acquired.
We need to keep holding on to our resources.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
We've captured
Heat
resource
level
point
critical.
Sigma. They have
Heat
resource
level
point Gamma.
critical. Center torso critical
They're
damage.
almost there. Stop them at all costs.
Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Left arm critical damage. Left torso critical damage. Override shut.
You can't kill me. Only I can kill me.
I am the last one alive.
Artillery strike online.
So I beat the hell out of that rifleman.
Heat level critical.
He's running away.
Heat level critical. Override engaged.
Do you have your cool shot?
Left leg critical damage. Heat sink destroyed. Heat level critical. Left leg destroyed. Left arm destroyed.
So yep, just
Override shut.
burn them out and kill yourself.
Left torso critical damage. Left torso
The enemy has capped enough resources. We've failed.
Don't give them the satisfaction. One killing blow, one solo kill, one KMTD, 719 done.
I got 1 kill assist and 408 damage and a green arrow. From the losing team, that can't be too bad.
Nope.
To get a green arrow,
No, you actually did the third most damage on our team. I don't know. We've had a good couple of matches tonight. The other night it got really, really stompy. It was really lopsided for a while the other night. But tonight it's been actually relatively even for most of the night.
I just got a supply cache. Let's see what kind of garbage I got this time. Common supply cache. Medium laser SRM, 4 jump jets, and an ID cal that I'll never use.
Did you get an ID 10T?
Nope. Garbage.
I mean, I'm a permanent ID 10T, so All right, let's get back to main event. Chapter 2, Tara, Northwind, 23 April, 3054.
I think I tripped my pills.
As Rose followed the man through the door, it was almost like walking into another time. Unlike the rest of the fort, the U-shaped Hall of Warriors was constructed of wood. The door guard stepped to the right to let Rose descend the shallow stone steps to the wooden speakers platform. The lighting built into the walls and ceiling provided dim but adequate illumination. To his left and right, warriors sat on wooden benches behind solid oak tables equipped with computer terminals and sophisticated communication arrays. Many of the gathered soldiers wore traditional kilts, along with the heavy boots favored by mech warriors and aerospace pilots. Dress uniforms were considered inappropriate for the assembly of warriors, whether for members or for speakers. All manner of knives were, on the other hand, openly displayed by many, and Rose knew that on more than one occasion the weapons had been used to resolve differences of opinion between speaker and audience. Reaching the foot of the stairs, he crossed the sod floor, with every step feeling the press of stairs against his back. His every move was under constant scrutiny, the warriors searching for the slightest hint of weakness or indecision. Either one would heavily influence their voting on Rose's proposition.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Hey, DJ Ronnie G. This is MechWarrior Online.
This is Command. Eliminate all enemies, no matter the cost.
And continues to be MechWarrior Online. Override engaged. Free game put out by Piranha Games. Available on Steam or at mwomercs.com. Yes.
And we've got
It still exists. It's been out for, I don't know, what, 12, 13, 14 years now? I mean, it's got a smaller fan base at this point, but it's still, you know, decently popular with the fan base, and
Target destroyed.
and well enjoyed.
He
I mean,
chose poorly.
Target acquired.
not as well played as we would love it to be. We'd love to see more people in here and playing. You know, it's always nice to see new names coming in and new people playing, but we'll take what we can get. You're very welcome, and welcome on in, by the way.
A lot of seismic.
You may have caught it as you were coming in. When I play, well, we play Search Warrior, which is what we call, well, we're waiting for matches. I read BattleTech books because Mech Warrior, of course, is built upon BattleTech. So I read BattleTech books while we play, or while we are looking for matches.
Destroyed.
So that way we can learn more of the lore, and, well,
Push up over that hill.
it's entertaining for all of us. And way better than just sitting there staring at each other and twiddling our thumbs.
One seismic coming Delta 3.
25% of the enemies are
Target
eliminated.
acquired.
Oh shit. Came back from a DC and I'm all dead. Somebody phone me.
New target acquired.
Hey, Panzerd, how are you tonight? Welcome to my YouTube channel.
New target acquired.
Whoever's narking, thank you. I appreciate you.
Delta 4.
We're experiencing some losses. Don't
Delta before Narc get him.
The stone rhino isn't able to be hit even though he is narked, guys. He's behind buildings.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
We can't lose any more soldiers.
Delta Force clear.
Target acquired.
Seismic
So I don't normally play learn boats, but I've been working on skilling this one up because I got it for
New target acquired.
free recently.
Timberwolf
New target acquired.
Charlie Narc.
Well, fucking missiles.
Seismic Charlie 4.
There was a UAV up above the center.
Target destroyed.
It's down now. Got somebody... Holy shit, I didn't notice I even had ECM on this thing.
We've taken critical losses.
Yeah, there's seismic right in front of us. Charlie 4.
Incoming missile. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Fox Narc.
New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile.
Kilo Narc.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Heat level critical. New target acquired.
Your missiles at least need a distance of 170. It's 170 or 180.
Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile. Left torso critical. Warning, incoming missile. Left torso destroyed. LRM ammo destroyed. LRM destroyed. Medium laser destroyed. Heat sink destroyed. Center torso critical damage. LRM ammo depleted.
Come in. Control surface. Can anyone read?
Oh well. $494. 2 KMDDs, arrows up. I thought the minimum distance on these things was 90. Is it like 180 now?
I don't know.
For inner sphere LRMs? I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
And of course, it doesn't. You really can't see it on the damn things. And it doesn't show it in this stupid thing. All right, guys, is it 180? I could have sworn it was 90, but They
It used
screw
to be
around with
working.
that crap so much I don't ever remember.
Yeah, the grid doesn't show you. It just shows 0 to somewhere distance before 375.
I know, that's the problem. I can't tell where that distance is. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was 180, but
I hate
all
having
right.
anxiety for no apparent reason. Just when they're
Ready.
fucking with me.
So, go blow up a mech. It'll make you feel better.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Yep.
Trying to ignore it. But it won't leave me alone.
But Inner Sphere doesn't have that decreasing. The clans do. The Inner Sphere has a hard cutoff point, and so it must be the 180 that is the hard cutoff point on it. Where anything below that, it does nothing. Clans will get down to a minimum. Inner Sphere has a hard cutoff point. It must be the 180 where it does absolutely nothing underneath that, which just sucks. And thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Thanks for the confirmation. All right. Let's see. Where were we at? He climbed the 5 wooden steps to the speaker's platform and looked at the 3 people seated there. In the center chair was Colonel Edward Sen. As the commander of the 1st Kearney Highlanders, the senior regiment of the Northwind Highlanders, Sen presided over the assembly of warriors when not on active duty. Rose acknowledged the man's presence with a quick meeting of the eyes, but did not allow his gaze to linger. Confidence, but not pride, was required, as many speakers discovered too late. To his right was Colonel James Cochran, leader of the 2nd Kearney. Rose tried to acknowledge the giant, but Cochran's attention was completely devoted to a communications link built into his chair. Rose doubted the man even knew he was on the platform. To Sen's left were 2 chairs, but only the far chair was occupied. The empty seat was normally occupied by the commander of MacLeod's Highlanders, but that unit had recently been redeployed. Although it was unusual for the chair to remain vacant during a high assembly, MacLeod had refused to stay behind when his unit shipped out. It was typical for the man and the wild bunch he commanded to fly in the face of convention.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Excuse me. Oh my God, Becky. Look at her butt. It's like so big. Like out there.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. The other brothers can't deny.
When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
Sprung.
Who knew you were going to come to Mech Warrior tonight and get some old school thrown at you? But that's what we are here. Bear and I, we're old school.
Yeah,
Matt,
besides the
maybe
old
not so
part.
much.
I have completed a half century of rotations upon this mud ball.
Really?
That puts me into the old school. Not as old as
Yes.
Bear, I think, but
Yes, it does. I would agree with that.
Acquired.
I mean, if you know what the meaning of a fortnight is, and not the video game, then yes. It puts you squarely within the realm of us old geezers.
I am firmly in the hey kids, get off my lawn stage of life.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic.
New target acquired.
Some spiders got Ultra AC-20s watching.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Wow,
Target
one shot.
acquired.
What hit you?
Target spotted.
All at the same time. LRM-15, Thunderbolt 5, Thunderbolt 20, all at the same time.
They've got a narker out there.
New target acquired.
One shot. 0 damage, 0 anything. Just, I got missiled upon and died.
New target acquired.
Experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
I'm with a good narker and a whole bunch of lurmers. It's rough.
New target acquired.
Okay.
No, this isn't going well.
We've lost half our force. We
New
can't lose
target
any more
acquired.
soldiers.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. We're taking critical losses. We need you to pull through.
New target acquired.
Somebody took and unbolted our ass and is giving it back to us.
Last night it was like 8 matches and they all went like this.
Well, if I can figure out a build to put on this thing besides what I've got on it, I would play it more. But I have not been able to come up with a proper build.
Critical damage. Override shutdown. Target destroyed. Left torso critical damage. Left leg destroyed.
I took out the one guy, and that's all I needed to do. I don't know. Danger Dog got me with 1 hit, and that's only because I was already overheating and I wasn't bothering to cool shot it because there was no point. One killing blow, 1 solo kill, 1 KMDD, 548 done.
I take that back. I did 44 points of damage.
You go, Bear. You beat the Cyclops.
And I got a hit and run and a kill assist.
You beat the Cyclops. Oh, yeah. Hey, we take our joys where we can get them, all right?
I'm going to something else.
Now here's something we hope you'll really like. At that point, Dan, that's all I was trying to do. Drag one to hell with me. You're coming with me. You're next. And he tried running from me, but I wasn't having it. Sitting in the final chair was Andrea Sterling, commander of Sterling's Fusiliers. With one leg draped over the arm of her chair and her head resting firmly in her opposite hand, she was the image of boredom. She idly played with a strand of long, dark hair and regarded Rose through heavy lashes. No wonder they call her Cat, thought Rose. Of the 3 Highlanders on the platform, she had been a commander for the shortest amount of time, but Rose judged her the deadliest. Her green eyes gave away her secret, even in the dim light of the room. At the top of the steps, he crossed the platform and stood directly in front of Colonel Sen. Before speaking, he waited patiently for Sen to acknowledge him with a nod. Greetings, Colonel Sen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before this assembly. Rose bowed slightly from the waist, careful to keep his eyes firmly on Sen. Again, Sen nodded. It is our pleasure, Adept Rose. But I am told that you no longer go by that title. Perhaps I should call you Jeremiah. Heads turned at the mention of Rose's former Comstar title, but he pressed ahead. As you wish, Colonel. My title matters little. Your consideration, however, means a great deal to me. Sen watched Rose calmly as he went through the traditional greeting. Ritual courtesy was expected, and Rose was determined to live up to Highlander expectations. I bring a token of appreciation to thank you for your hospitality. Carefully, Rose reached into the left leg pocket of his jumpsuit, from which he removed a leather-wrapped bundle. With his left hand, he presented it to Sen, who immediately began loosening the thongs that held the leather in place. I acquired this during a battle against the Smoke Jaguars. It is a simple item, but crafted with precision, as befits a warrior. Sen unfolded the last leather flap and withdrew a boot knife. Patterned after the legendary Sagian Duba, the grip of the silver weapon was constructed of a dark cherry-colored wood Rose had not been able to identify, despite repeated attempts. He suspected the wood had not been seen in the inner sphere previous to the clan invasion, making the weapon as unique as it was valuable, as beautiful as it was practical.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
And now, a mech warrior battle.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Half our team disconnect. What the fuck?
Only 3.
One's back.
Scout here. Affirmative, scout here.
Rip. Moment of silence for our fallen brothers.
For those who are about to die, we salute you.
That's us. It's a 10v12. Let's go get out there and explode.
That's what the override button is for.
I don't think this mech gets us hot, but I do have one that if I turn the override on and then fire all the guns, it instantly explodes.
Everybody should have multiple mechs like that. You should always ride that line.
My Nova does that if I alpha strike.
Oh. They're back. We got a whole team.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I was on tabs and crashed.
Negative.
Yeah, that guy was smoking pot.
Affirmative.
I wasn't doing drugs, Dean.
I am. What are you, some sort of
Target
loser?
acquired.
Target spotted.
Pot is not drugs. Don't lie.
Well, yeah, true. I didn't quit
Stop. Goddamn quitter.
Target spotted.
There's a light at Delta 5. Careful, he just wrapped up behind us.
Target
At the
spotted.
junction of D5 for a moment.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
There's a light at D5 on the ramp shooting down, shooting behind us. He's on the ramp of D5.
Alpha the Stone Rhino should be
Matt,
primary.
Nova, bro, this fucking ramp right here, buddy. Right here.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Urban mech right here. I'm on
Attack is
Fox. I just took his
primary.
arm. I got him. He's
New
dead.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
There's a light there on the ramp still.
Target spot. Target spotted.
New target
Affirmative.
acquired.
I'm here to help you, that Crusader.
Bloodass coming up from behind. Charlie 4, we're being flanked by an assault.
Target
That lag was so bad my game almost crashed.
I showed up to help with the Crusader. You fucking abandoned me?
Target spot. Target spotted.
Get the Bloodass on our flank. I'm going for him.
I just tried to help a teammate. The moment I engaged, he fucked off and left me to die.
I don't give a shit. I'm playing this game and I expect to
Target
see
spotted.
Show me your
Delta?
dick.
Delta, he's running. He's in the corner.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Rifleman, Gall, his back is open. CT.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Sight torso open.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
We're going to win this one. Yay!
See,
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm gonna call it a night, you guys.
Well, I hope it resolves for you, Bear.
Well, a little bit of meditation, inward thinking. I may come back a little bit later, but at least half an hour.
Yep.
I will step aside and try to get myself together.
Sounds like a plan.
But I'll stay in Discord. I'll just mute myself.
Very good. Listen to some story time. The soothing sounds of Arminius. And I'll switch into something a little bit different than the Archer. How about an angry fish? Cajun Tuna says that he wants me in an angry fish. Bear, if you're still there, can you drop party? That works too. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremiah Rose. I accept your gift in the spirit it was given. then removed his own knife from the top of his heavy right boot and replaced it with the clan version. Now, Mr. Rose, I believe you wish to address this assembly. Indeed I do, Colonel. With a sudden turn, Rose faced the gathering. For the first time, he noted the glass-enclosed gallery where sat the spectators of the assembly. Hidden behind the darkened glass, hundreds watched the proceedings in silence. Rose felt the weight of their attention as he looked down at the assembled warriors. With the formalities finished, they stared up at him expectantly. Private conversations began to fade away as Rose walked across the platform. He had hoped for a podium, yet such a prop would have been out of place here. The open stage left him no place to hide, which was just the way the Highlanders wanted it. I would speak to you of the clans, the Ghost Bears, the Nova Cats, and the Smoke Jaguars, the Jade Falcons, the Steel Vipers, and the Wolves. Like many of you, I have fought against them and their high technology. I have stood against their omni-mechs and survived. I have seen the clan invaders crushed on the battlefield and watched their retreating dropships light the night sky above our campfires. Murmurs broke out among the warriors as Rose spoke. He was asking them to believe quite a story. The clans had rarely been beaten, and only twice had they ever retreated as Rose described. I speak, of course, of the Battle of Tukayid and Comstar's victory over the combined forces of the clans. The murmurs grew louder. Comstar was still not held in high regard, despite the success of their military forces on Tukayid and the resulting treaty with the clans. Today, however, I speak of the future, not the past. For too long, the Inner Sphere has allowed the clans to dictate the ways of the war. We react to their attacks and are forced to play the defender. To that, I say, no more. It is time to take the battle to the clans. It is time to fight them on our own terms. A few warriors nodded, while others leaned forward as though to listen more closely. One warrior thumped on his wooden table, encouraging Rose to continue. I was at Tukayid when the Comguards defeated the clans. It was a great victory for the Inner Sphere, but a great price was paid for it. Because of that battle, the clans have agreed not to press their attacks below the line of the planet Tukayid. Yes, the invasion downward has been halted, but what about the planets to the right and left of the clan advance? What of those planets that lie above Tukayid? Those worlds not covered by the treaty? Will the ravenous clans allow the inhabitants of those planets to live in peace? You know they will not. More nods, a few more thumps on the wooden desks by other Highlanders. Rose began to pace the platform like a caged beast, his confidence growing, his voice pitched slightly louder. In his heart, however, Rose knew the warriors were not responding only to him. Like most warriors of the Inner Sphere, the Highlanders wanted to stop the clans. Political boundaries be damned. Mercenary units were especially vocal, and the Northwind Highlanders, despite their recent return to Davian space, were among the most outspoken.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Oh great, this match is going to be full assault, Matt. I mean, he's on our lands.
UAV Delta 4 up above.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Thank you. Call them out. We'll get rid of them, guys.
You guys had 8 missiles before that.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yep.
We can.
Okay.
Other one
around Charlie 5.
Missile.
Who shot me in the back? That was friendly fire. Please check your fire.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
We got one way back. Charlie 5, Bravo 5. Copy that.
Target spotted.
That's your
Need
Foxtrot
assistance.
right in our
New
grill.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Garwing Charlie. Charlie Lock.
Target spotted.
Throwing stick.
Acquired.
Still got Foxtrot running around.
Incoming missile. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning incoming missile.
Gorewing's a stick.
Foxtrot. Hey, our back left shoulder guy, Delta 4.
We got nobody in the circle.
Oh shit, oh, the lost one.
Get in the circle.
There's a dangerous marauder, Charlie 4 low ground.
Target spotted.
And he's moving.
We got 2 behind us.
New
India,
target
not behind
acquired.
us.
Target
We're
spotted.
Charlie 5.
Torso
Brand new
critical
annihilator.
Damn. Fuck, it just about one-shotted me.
Target spotted.
Behind you, Matt. Over cat.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Torso critical damage.
Gonna go after that missile though. Charlie 4.
Nah, don't work well.
Target spotted.
Pretty much all of our weight rotated to the outside into Delta 5.
Fire wheel and a new annihilator. Fuck, we're 1-4. We're not.
Warning incoming missile. Warning incoming
They are
missile.
going to cap on us in the circle.
Wow!
Yeah, that annihilator got me.
Well. That was horrible.
Light arm destroyed. Large pulse laser destroyed. Medium laser destroyed. Heatsink destroyed. New target acquired. Warning incoming missile. Warning incoming missile. Warning incoming missile. Center torso critical damage. Warning incoming missile.
Wow, 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 wow. That was a rough one. But again, all, like, our entire weight, other than, I think, you, Matt, went out into the far reaches of Never Never Land. So, what do we do? Well, the politicians scramble for cover, and the great house leaders try to protect their dwindling empires. The clans prepare to strike to their right and left into Commonwealth and Combine space. I know the Highlanders have a just and legal contract with House Davian. I also know the Highlanders will fight without equal will they fulfill the remainder of the contract. Highlander honor will not allow them to break that contract and do what their hearts cry out for them to do. The Highlanders must abide by their current contract and coordinate the use of their battalions with the forces of the Federated Commonwealth. Rose paused and looked at the empty chair of Colonel MacLeod. The move was not lost on the assembly. It doesn't have to be that way. Rose waited for his words to fully sink in. He walked back to the center of the platform in silence as his audience waited. My plan, like all good military plans, is a simple one. The Highlanders have contracted to provide 4 regiments for the defense of the Federated Commonwealth. There is no contract, however, that prevents the Highlanders from forming an independent unit that might further hire itself out to take the fight back to the clans. A few shouts of agreement rang out, mostly from the younger warriors. The purpose of my address to you today is a simple one. I ask simply that the Northwind Highlanders allow me to recruit warriors and technicians to be hired out solely to fight the clans.
Online. Weapons online.
Do it. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Warriors, capture resources and wipe the surface clean of any enemy. We have taken Sigma. Gamma is theirs.
Wasn't sure if I was going to see some coming around at Kappa or not. But sometimes they do.
Something at Epsi.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's the way they would normally spin. But sometimes they'll try to poke that little tunnel at Kappa.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
This time they did not. They were wise, as my angry fish was ready for their attempted attack and assault.
We have data.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
I took Gamma from them, but I see movement coming back towards Gamma, so I wasn't sticking there. Because I'm crazy, but I'm not nuts.
Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
Just taking it from them is good enough for the moment.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired. UAV activated.
Target spotted.
Man, you can see where they all are. They're all heading back towards Gamma, huh?
They're pushing for Gamma.
They're all over
New
here.
target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
How do you get the one that you chasing over there? Morgan?
They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them push ahead. Resource point Sigma is now
New
controlled
target
by the enemy.
acquired. Target acquired.
Spotted. We're halfway there.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
How many fucking assaults do these guys have?
All of them. Yes.
Critical damage. New target acquired. Left arm critical damage. Torso critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Center torso critical damage. Right arm destroyed.
The urban mech is lagged. Make sure we don't let them take the point advantage away from us, guys.
Kappa has fallen.
The urban mech is lagged. The hunchback is halved. Is dead now.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Pretty sure the only thing left is that hunchback. Yep.
Target destroyed.
Who I had lagged. And we would have never known that they were back there if I didn't turn around and go and play with them. But I couldn't take on 4 of them. I'm good, but I ran up, I legged the urban mech, and then I took off and left him alone. Played with the javelin until the hunchback started to come at me, and then he had 2 weak torsos, so I went and played with him. It was fun. Two KMDDs, 311 done. I'll take it. Not quite the angry fish of legend, but it was still an angry fish. Angry
So I am on vacation this week. And most of the week, so one person quit last week. One person's called in sick Monday. He's on vacation tonight and tomorrow. Another person called in sick on Monday. Last night took his wife to the hospital. He's out the rest of the week. So basically, there is one member of night crew there, plus the manager and the manager that's covering me.
Oh, that's got to be freaking fantastic, huh?
Like, did I pick the right week to be off?
I'll say, how much has your phone been blowing up with them saying, you come back. We want you to be here.
I really thought I'd get that phone call watching the manager chat on the phone. I really thought that I would get a message saying, "Hey, your vacation's canceled. Come back to work." But it hasn't happened. So
I mean, I respect the fact that they respect the vacation, as they should. So I mean that's good news.
I said we need to hire. We need to post something, and they haven't posted anything yet. And I was in earlier in the week because I had to go out Monday for a charity pie in the face event they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was there for that, I said that they should just open it up. We've got like seasonals and peak employees that don't have any hours. I'm like, toss it to the store and say, hey, who wants some extra hours? Check out nights. But once again, no one listened to me.
The way that it always seems to go, right? Further, I asked that the Northwind Highlanders allow me to purchase any mechs not necessary to fulfill the Davian contract, in order to equip warriors capable of fighting the clans, but who lack the mechs to do so. Finally, I asked that the Northwind Highlanders allow me to use their name for this new unit, which I would call the Northwind Blackwatch. One warrior jumped to his feet and raised a fist in the air. More thumps and shouts of agreement rose up here and there. Rose turned toward the Northwind commanders and saw his plea had also touched them. Colonel Sterling was sitting upright in her chair. Sen and Cochrane gazed at him with bright eyes, although their bodies did not show the tension of their junior counterpart. Rose nodded once to Sen and moved to the right side of the platform. Sen waited for complete silence before speaking. He held out a hand to Rose and gazed around at the assembly. Jeremiah Rose has spoken eloquently on a subject near to the hearts of all warriors assembled in this hall. Before we cast judgment on his petition, I call upon any who would speak against him. Rose had known this was a required part of the procedure, but he did not expect any serious opposition to his speech. Sen was right. The Highlanders had become very vocal about taking the fight back to the clans in recent months, and he was offering the chance to do just that. He was therefore surprised when a strong voice called out from the back of the room. Colonel Sen, I too would address the assembly of warriors. Heads turned to face the old man walking down the center aisle with the aid of a brass-tipped cane. In the dim light, Rose could not make out who he was, but warriors near the aisle bowed their heads in silent respect as the man passed. Whoever he was, the man was obviously well regarded by these warriors, despite his advanced years. When the newcomer reached the sod floor, Rose could tell by his garb he was not a warrior. He wore an old but clean Tex uniform without rank or insignia. Looking down at the man, Rose could still not see his face. He was suddenly nervous as the man reached the bottom of the platform stairs. Then he stared, aghast, as Colonel Sen introduced him. Master Technician Cornelius Rose will address the assembly. Jeremiah had tagged another name to the man. Father.
Sensors online. Weapons on.
Uh-oh. Come on, Papa. What are you doing? Papa! Override engaged.
It's the old Yeller treatment.
Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you see me? Papa, why you shutting down my dream? Papa, I need a mech. Can you give it to me? Papa, why you take it away from me? I don't see him coming over the ridge as they sometimes do over there.
I forgot I have cloaking options.
Never mind. This is an assault. They won't be coming over that ridge.
I'm still using my cloaking device.
Listen, you Romulan.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
You shot me twice.
Well, don't stand there anymore.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
Red leg.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I have to wait for the fight to get much closer.
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
Echo in the open.
Target spotted.
We have like half of our team in Death Valley.
Help us, Foxtrot.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Acquired.
Push this rep back.
Things are
Go.
lost.
I'm with you. Let's go.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Sit down.
New target
spotted.
acquired. UAV activated.
I'll identify as a light with you guys.
Target spotted.
There's 3 in.
New target.
Andy, Direwolf, Delta 7. Run circles around us, we'll shoot him. Lights run circles, I'll shoot.
Target destroyed.
I didn't even have time to run circles around him.
Mission accomplished.
They're in Echo 5 area.
Acquired.
Assaults.
New target acquired.
Golf.
Damn.
Yeah, Juliet.
Guess I jumped into the wrong place there. Alright, well, this match finishes up. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick bio break. And my camera's going to follow me.
On Echo.
Left arm critically damaged. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
We're all split up. If you go into there one by one, you might get to a piece. Golf CT. Watch out behind you, Alpha.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
On Golf.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Well, at least we're going to win. Yay!
Next game. Good game, everyone.
I didn't even break 100.
$266 and got arrows down. You say good try, but I don't know if it was a good try. It was kind of a lackluster. The angry fish is just not angry enough for me tonight. I think I need an angry warthog.
I wonder if I should switch out the pulse lasers, the 3 medium pulse lasers for something with some range, like NER large or PPCs. I can't decide if I want to use the Raven. I can never decide if I want to use the Raven as a sniper platform or a brawl platform.
I mean, I like, for me, heat containment, I do before heat gen. I think if you look at most of mine, that's where I will always go first.
I think the Raven was like the first or second mech I ever bought. And I've changed the weapon load on it like, I don't know how many times.
1,000,000. Thank you, Colonel. The hour is late, and I am an old man, so I will make my statement brief. The elder rose, turned back to the suddenly silent gathering, and leaned heavily on his cane. Fire and brimstone, Highlanders. Fire and brimstone. You're born to both when you take the seat of that grand invention called the battle mech and stride off in search of glory and honor. Honor can be a heavy burden to bear in such a world. Don't think for a moment. I don't know what it's like to face the fire, the shells falling around you, and the heat of your mech spiking higher by the second. I understand all too well what that's like. Before you stands a man who would take you into the heart of that firestorm. The clans. We've faced them before, and it looks like we'll continue to face them for some time to come. I don't need to tell you they're tough opponents. My son Daniel died facing the clans. Jeremiah's head came quickly around to regard his father. He had not known his younger brother was dead. The news came as a shock. He wanted to know why and how, but trapped here on the platform, he was forced to stand with growing numbness as his father wiped his eyes quickly, then went on. Now my long-lost son Jeremiah returns. Yes, he is my eldest son. He returns after better than 20 years and asks you to follow him against the clans. After 20 years away from his home, he returns and asks us to place our trust in him, to entrust him with our lives and our honor while he goes to fight the clans. The old man dropped his head and shook it slowly. The assembly remained quiet, waiting for the man's next words as Jeremiah saw his dreams slipping away. After long moments, the head came back up. This once Highlander returns with visions of glory and dares talk of honor? After leaving like a coward and staying away for 20 years while his father grew old and his own brother died, he talks of leadership? After returning without a battle mech, he asks for warriors? Damn, Papa. Papa, what are you doing to me, Papa?
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Thank you for saying something. I would have forgot.
I don't.
Turn on your seat warmers.
What I wouldn't give for there to be a quirk that we could just turn on, that it would always be there.
Right?
I would easily put a skill in that node.
I would pay real money for that.
Wolb. Wolb. Matt, are you there? Oh, Matt. Matt, you're gonna get killed in the back all by your lonelies.
UAV activated.
We got a couple of assaults waiting on the far side of the Echo ramp. Don't crest it. Echo
That's
4
why I
ramp.
turned.
Target acquired.
They're coming over it now. So we're gonna have to watch our backs.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
I put red smoke down.
Well, it looks like the whole enemy team's in the top spot.
Heat level
Yeah, it's a
critical.
mass NASCAR. NASCAR as it were.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
So let's crush the ones that are overextended on the ramps.
New target acquired.
The enemy
New
has started
target
to chip away
acquired.
at us. Stay frosty.
New target.
I'm down. Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I'm going down.
Target destroyed. Target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired. Autocannon ammo at 25%. Right arm critical damage.
Running out of my AP Goss ammo.
Right torso critical damage. New target acquired. Warning incoming missile. Right torso destroyed. Center torso critical damage.
But I did 1,016 damage, so nobody can say I didn't do my part there. Not sure where this guy is going and what he's trying to accomplish.
Warning incoming missile.
Because if you don't fight, there's really not a lot of point to running around in circles.
target acquired. Critical damage. Right leg critical damage. New target acquired. New target acquired. Right arm critical damage. Warrior info reported. Center torso critical damage. Right breast.
Boss, this is Clan Command. Respond!
Two killing blows, 3 kill assists, 2 solos, 3 KMDDs. 1,016 damage. Can't really complain about that too much. Giggity. I know the clans are a serious threat to us all. They must be stopped, once and for all. Taking the fight to the clans is a fine idea. You have discussed the same idea before in these very halls, and know well the merits of such a plan. Standing straight for the first time since entering the room, Cornelius Rose held the assembly with his gaze as he lifted his cane toward his son. The effort cost him considerably, but the cane did not waver as he spoke. I say to you simply, right plan, wrong leader. The cane crashed down onto the platform to punctuate the remark. To defeat the clans, you must have able leadership from a man you can trust. Jeremiah Rose is not that man. If you must strip away the reserve strength of the Highlanders, then entrust those mechs to a proven leader. Without waiting for a response, Cornelius Rose left the stage and walked toward the long flight of stairs to the exit. Warriors who moments before had seconded Rose now sat in silence as the old man passed. Sen also remained silent until the doors had closed behind Cornelius Rose. Then he began to address the assembly. I call the vote. Jeremiah Rose proposes to use our name for a fighting unit that will oppose the clans. What say you? Throughout the hall, the warriors used the comm units built into their desks to register their decisions. In moments, the anonymous votes were compiled and displayed on the screen built into the arm of Colonel Cochrane's chair. After a pause, he shook his head and announced the results. The proposal fails. I call the vote. Jeremiah Rose proposes to purchase such mechs that may become available to equip warriors to fight the clans. What say you? Another instantaneous tally of the votes. Another shake of the head from Cochrane. The proposal fails. I call the final vote. Jeremiah Rose proposes to recruit mech warriors from the Highlanders to fight against the clans under his leadership. What say you? Rose fought the urge to hang his head and somehow escape the stares of the crowd. If he was defeated, he would do it with his head held high. The proposal fails. Jeremiah Rose, the Assembly of Warriors rejects your proposal and denies you the right to recruit, train, or lead the warriors of the Northwind Highlanders. However, as you remain a Highlander by birth, if not action, you shall be allowed to remain on Northwind as long as you desire, or until such time as you violate the edicts of this assembly. Further, by virtue of your birth and Highlander tradition, you shall be allowed to recruit such warriors among your family who choose to follow you, provided these warriors are not already under existing contract or in any way obligated to Northwind. Any warriors so recruited shall understand they are not fighting for Northwind, but only for you personally. Override engaged.
Back to you guys, but I just wanted to say see you next time.
All right, Bear, we'll see you soon. Are these points clear, Jeremiah Rose? Stunned by the sudden turn of events and the speedy decision of the Assembly, Rose could only nod. Seddon stood abruptly, followed closely by the other commanders and the warriors of the hall. The decision of this Assembly is final. Warriors, we stand adjourned until tomorrow.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Are there no warriors among my own side who were willing to come and fight with me?
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Light arm destroyed. Autocannon ammo destroyed. Autocannon
Target
destroyed. Heatsink destroyed.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
Yeah, at some point they did, Dan. Everybody owns a Warthog now.
I don't.
I said everybody.
New target
I
acquired.
don't.
I said everybody.
I am bucking the trend.
Everybody.
New target acquired.
They've destroyed Alpha. That's pushed us back. We can't let them take control.
New target acquired. Critical damage. Right torso critical damage. Right leg destroyed.
The guy really needed to take off my legs? That was what he needed to fire at. What a coward. Because that's the way it was. And that's the way it was. Chapter 3. Tara. Northwind. 23 April 3054. Hey, Rose! Wait up! Rose turned at the female voice calling to him as he walked away from the fort down Delancey Street. He was surprised at being hailed in the poor light, but he recognized the caller as someone who had known Rose in even dimmer surroundings. Good evening, Captain McLeod. Rose kept his hands in his pockets as Rachel McLeod slipped her small hand into the crook of his elbow. So, now it's Captain McLeod. Isn't that a bit formal, considering our past few months together? Or have you forgotten it was me and my dropship that personally brought you home to Northwind? She looked up at Rose, but he refused to return her gaze as they walked on. His mind drifted back to the trip from Terra to Northwind. Connor MacLeod. You know, when you hear the name MacLeod, you almost have to go into the accent. But I'm trying to keep away from it even though we're on Highlander terms. He and Rachel had hit it off almost immediately, becoming almost inseparable for the entire trip. He smiled unconsciously at the memories that suddenly seemed so far away. And long ago. After leaving Terra and Comstar, he had foolishly believed anything was possible. Now, he was convinced otherwise. There can be only one. I take it matters didn't go well at the assembly. Rose stopped suddenly and looked down at her. Rachel McLeod was tall for a woman, but Rose easily towered above her. He rarely used his height to an advantage, but now he made an exception. You were obviously waiting for me, and the assembly has been over for 2 hours, so you tell me. He turned to walk away, pulling McLeod's hand off his arm. He had walked 3 paces when something solid stung his ear. The sharpness of the pain stopped him, but even as he raised his hand to cover his ear, the pain began to recede. He looked back at Rachel, who was conspicuously out of arm's reach. What the hell was that for? His ear still stung, but whatever she'd done hadn't broken the skin. It was the perfect attention getter. Reality check, adept. Don't call me that. You know I don't like it. Rose squared his shoulders and faced McLeod, who had stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. Don't behave stupidly, and I won't have to. I'm not acting stupid. But even as the words came from his mouth, Rose knew she was right. He was acting stupid, or at least defeated, which was just as bad. He relaxed and held out a hand to her. All right, I'm acting stupid. I'll try to stop. McLeod crossed the brief distance to Rose and slipped her hand in his. There were few things she liked as much as winning a fight, even a brief one. What do you already know? Rose resumed walking in his original direction. Although he had no destination in mind, it felt good to be under the open sky again after traveling so long through space. He doubted McLeod shared the sentiment, but she was here just the same. Rose felt a tug at his heart, but ignored the feeling, as he had in the past. I only know the assembly voted down your proposal, mainly because of your father's speech. You're still welcome on Northwind, but your dream of starting a mech unit was dealt a pretty harsh blow. I'd say a death blow. Rose sighed. If not, then the meeting afterward was the killer. You had another meeting? I wondered where you went. McLeod snuggled closer to him as they walked, making the footing dangerous. Despite the warm air, she was not used to the cool breeze, or draft as she insisted on calling it, blowing down from the mountains. She was a born spacer.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Snacks, rabbit. What do you think? Are we taking the fight to them, or are they taking the fight to us?
I'm just going to shoot our teammates in the back of the blow until I overheat and blow up.
That sounds like a fantastic idea. With my AP Gus, I can just about one-shot many of our teammates. Bring 'em forth. There can be only one. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along. But now you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that Sam look upon your face. I should have changed that freaking look. I should have made you leave your key. If I had thought for just 1 second, you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out that door. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. Aren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye?
Warning, incoming missile.
Do you think I'd stumble? Do you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. Yes, Lieutenant McKay, I was. I wasn't singing it in Scottish, I was reciting it in Scottish. That's the way it goes. You get to recite it in Scottish. I Will Survive is great for practicing your accents in.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
At first I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong.
New target acquired.
And I learned how to get along. And now you're back. From outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that same look upon your face. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong. I learned how to get along. And now you're back.
Someone I got shot in the back.
From outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that same look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid look. I should have made you leave your key. If I had thought for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me.
Somebody just killed me from behind.
Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore.
Left.
New target acquired.
Aren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Do you think I'd stumble? Do you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive.
Man, watch out for that UAV above you.
Pop it, please.
Target spotted.
Trying to handle their assaults. Got Foxtrot and Juliet over here. Every time they peek, y'all need to be shooting them.
Back up, Orion. Back up.
They're peeking again. Wait for Juliet to peek.
Target spotted.
And Foxtrot's running for it. No one's shooting. His back's open
New
now.
target acquired. Target destroyed.
Shoot the Timberwolf. And the SCT.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Juliet's peeking on the right.
Right pulsar critical
Don't
damage.
let Juliet peek, please.
Destroyed.
Score. Kill Juliet. Lima King Crab is fresh.
We can go to Japanese. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side.
Very well armored.
But then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along. But now you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that same look upon your face.
Thunderbolt. You see him.
Swahili, I don't think I got that accent in my repertoire. I got some good accents, but I don't know that that one's one that fits that I've got in there. Just like Indian. I'm not sure I've got Indian. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. I sound too much like Apu. And then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong. Yeah, believe it or not, that song is what I use to get myself into a number of the accents when I'm trying to do it separately somewhere. I don't know why it is with that song, reciting in it helps me to get into the accent. It's the weirdest thing.
See to your legs in the Jenner. Last one.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Hey, it's whatever works, right? Arrows up. Suicided team damage. Damn. I forgot my 2 cases. Rose glanced at his chronometer and slammed his fist into his open hand. The fort's closed by now. Don't worry. We can get them in the morning. It's not like they're going anywhere. Rose looked back along the route they'd just taken, considering the option of returning. You were saying? Rose shook his head and continued walking. 2 boys stopped me on the way out, he told her. Dear old Dad called a family meeting on the spot to hear my proposal, and was telling anybody who'd listen not to follow me. He sounds thorough. Vindictive is more like it. I was still reeling from the assembly of warriors when I was escorted to an adjacent room and propped up between my 2 keepers. The room was full of family I hadn't seen since leaving Northwind, but did I get the chance to speak to them or greet them? Hell no. Dad announced me to the family and then proceeded to tell them what a rat I was. He explained my proposal to them as I listened, then called the vote. It was all over in less than 10 minutes. Rose kicked a stray rock into the street and watched it skip to a stop in the middle of the lane. Could you have stopped him? Yes, but not really. As a tech, he doesn't really have any clout in the assembly of warriors. But as the oldest male in the Rose family, he's got a hell of a strong pull. I could have stopped him in front of the assembly or the family session, but in either case, it would have been considered very rude. Not even the prodigal son can go against his father, especially when he's the patriarch, and get away with it. Speaking at all would have been proof of my father's claims. 17 family members present, and all 17 rejected my offer. McLeod let Rose walk on in silence. Despite the short time she'd known him, she knew he had not really given up on his dream, despite his current mood. He'd figure something out if he took the time. She began to shiver as the temperature continued to drop. She looked up at Rose, trying to come to terms with how strongly she felt about him. She'd always prided herself on being independent. Being a dropship captain was hard work, and McLeod considered herself as good as any in the business. Then along came this mech warrior who made her question her lonely way of life. Not that it was anything he ever said. His company was enough. So, what now? McLeod spoke the words more to keep her lips moving than because she expected an answer. She shivered again, thinking one day scientists would look back and declare climate control as the invention that separated men from monkeys. Now? Yes, that is 100% accurate, Lieutenant McKay. Now, I try to see my sister, Rihanna, and take it from there. She wasn't at the assembly today, so she missed the vote. I thought she was a warrior. She is, but so far she's unproven. The public records indicate she's a good mech pilot and an excellent planner, but she's still a year away from her first contract. She could have come to the assembly as a member of the gallery, but that's about as exciting as watching mechs rust, especially without the frame of reference you get in combat. I doubt anybody thought the meeting would be as explosive as it turned out to be. The pair continued in silence until McLeod remembered something else. Hey, you said the meeting with your family took only 10 minutes. Where have you been for the last 2 hours? Talking with Colonel Sterling. Cat Sterling? One and the same. How do you know the Colonel? Rose looked over at McLeod, who only shrugged. Just one of the people you hear about in my line of work. I believe the term is larger than life. That's right.
Reactor
Hello, guys.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Capture resources and wipe the surface clean of any enemies.
Howdy.
To try to grab Epsilon.
Gamma is theirs. The enemy has captured Epsilon.
Someone beat you there.
We have data.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Yes, they did. But I shooted him.
So we rally in Epsilon.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Affirmative.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Resource point Epsilon is out. The enemy has resource point data.
All right, strike to Theta.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance?
New target
Stole that kill.
acquired.
Looks like they've got numerous stealth.
A good start. Keep holding the resource points, warrior.
Fox 4 local.
New target acquired.
I've got 6 SRM6s that don't care about stealth.
It's more about catching them than being able to do anything about it.
New target acquired.
Pretty sure y'all shot me way more than I did.
We've captured Gamma.
Fuck is that guy hitting me from? I have no idea, Lieutenant McKay. Couldn't even begin to guess.
Playing for fun, come with us.
New target
The enemy has captured Epsilon.
warning incoming missile. New target acquired.
Embarrassing defeat. Our foes have gathered enough resources.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they continue to put resources into putting new mechs and stuff like that into here, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll reach a point in time where they just solely focus on MW5, MW5 clans, all of that stuff, and slowly let this kind of peter away. Who knows? That sure sounds like her. There were times in the conversation when I swore I could hear her purr. Rose laughed at the thought, and McLeod relaxed a little. He was already putting the past behind him and concentrating on the future. Did you talk about anything important? McLeod tried to taint the question with a hint of jealousy, but Rose either missed the inference or else chose to ignore it. The idea was silly anyway. She more or less agreed with my father. Really? Well, not really, but she told me she'd predicted the results of the vote yesterday after learning my father was going to speak. Did you find out anything interesting? Rose nodded. She was the commander of Danny's battalion when he died on... Your brother is dead? Rose nodded. He'd forgotten McLeod didn't know, though he'd only learned it himself a few hours ago. Rose was surprisingly at ease with the news. He and his brother had never been really close. The death of Lancemates had hit him harder. McLeod, however, seemed to take the news as a great shock. He was greatly surprised when she stopped to give him a hug. Jeremiah, I'm so sorry. He struggled with what to say, afraid of diminishing her compassion and suddenly ashamed of his own lack of feeling. After a moment's hesitation, he hugged her in return. You're shaking. Rose loosened his grip and pulled back enough to see her face. It's freezing out here, she said. Rose squeezed her close and she returned the grip with fervor. Looking over the top of her head for suitable refuge, he noted a small restaurant across the street. He pulled free and pointed across the street. How about some food? On me. Any place warm is fine with me. Rose gripped her hand and led her across the street and into the restaurant, where they were greeted by the smell of freshly baked bread and by a rotund woman in a green tartan. Behind the woman, in the restaurant's even smaller bar, men and women mingled with loud humor. 2 for dinner, please. Am I blind? Of course 2 for dinner. The woman slapped Jeremiah good-naturedly on the arm with a pair of menus. You wait a second in there while I get the table ready. Jeremiah knew there were plenty of tables available, but the bar was where the restaurant made its highest profits, and nobody was going to eat without relaxing first. He raised an eyebrow toward McLeod. He'd known her for 2 months, but this was their first social situation outside her dropship. Did she even like bars? McLeod looked into the small room and nodded quickly. Rose smiled back at their disappearing hostess and followed McLeod into the noisy room. The single waitress was already leaving the table McLeod had acquired by the time Rose maneuvered his way through the press of occupants. Loud bunch. Rose leaned closer as if to whisper, but in the noise he was almost shouting. Still, McLeod barely heard. She nodded. The pair waited for several minutes, but their drinks still did not arrive. Rose looked over to the bar for the waitress, but she was nowhere in sight. What are you looking at? It was one of the Highlanders propped up at the end of the bar. Rose hadn't even noticed the man until he spoke. As he turned away, the guy pushed away from the bar and headed toward Rose's table. Hey, aren't you the guy from the assembly this afternoon? Trouble at 6 o'clock. McLeod stiffened, but did not turn around. Rose watched as 2 more Highlanders followed their friend over to the table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Rose looked up at the lead Highlander. Red-rimmed eyes stared back with malice. Rose could feel the atmosphere of the room change as people vacated a nearby table. I was just looking for the waitress, friend. Rose considered standing, but the challenge of the gesture would be too much to miss.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Ein Sturm. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you done me wrong. And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along. But now you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that same look upon your face. There you go. A German accent. I would have changed that stupid look.
Target acquired.
I could have made you leave your key. 3 assaults on the Echo line.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Target spotted.
Please do not stand behind me. That is a very dangerous place for you to stand when I am a light mech.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Okay, guys on the box line, hurry up. We need help here in center.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. Right torso critical damage. Right torso.
I'm pretty sure I took a ton of team damage there. Nice cheats. I didn't know we were cheating. Did you know we were cheating? It is good to know. I was not aware. Why were you cheating, Matt? It does not seem right.
They don't have anyone in circle. Last guy. Echo 5 or Echo 6 or whatever.
Warriors, you have taken the target. We are victorious in battle.
It was very good. Absolutely, Lieutenant McKay. I always like to run with additional people. It's no fun when you're by yourself. It is much more fun when you have a full dance of people. The drunk leaned into the back of Rose's chair, throwing the balance forward. Rose was forced to lean onto the table or rest his head on the man's stomach. Friend of a coward like you? Not on the longest day you ever lived. I won't be on for too much longer. When I'm done with this chapter, I'll be done for the evening. Because it's after midnight and I do have to work tomorrow, so. Rose stiffened at the words, but managed to remain in his seat. His smile was plastered in place for the three drunks, but a knot was growing in his stomach.
He doesn't like us much, does he, Ian?
Rose looked up at the second pulley, who had moved behind Rachel's chair. He leered at Rose above McLeod's head, his yellow teeth poking through a tangle of black beard. The third man laughed in false mirth as he ran a hand through his blonde hair. Rose felt the knot harden and start to burn.
Can you imagine?
Asked the first.
This man leading Highlanders into battle. Then coming home to a woman as beautiful as this.
Finished the second. He dropped his hands on McLeod's shoulders for emphasis. Despite the attempt to remain calm, Rose stiffened as he waited for McLeod's reaction. He knew she was ready to react, but she continued to stare straight ahead.
I'll give you some credit,
continued the first.
Coming back to Northwind took some guts. I mean, I didn't think anybody was stupid enough to try to return to the Highlanders after running out on them. How about it, Angel? Is this guy really that brave, or is he just stupid?
Rose and the three Highlanders all looked toward McLeod, excuse me, who continued to stare straight ahead. The second bully had begun to rub her shoulders, evidently encouraged by her lack of response. Rose tried to relax and let the tension flow out of his muscles, but the fire that had started in his stomach was spreading quickly. He was shocked when McLeod actually answered the question. I can't say much about his courage. She turned her head toward Rose and slowly reached across her body to pat the top of the hand massaging her right shoulder. And as for brains, hell, this tabletop has a higher IQ. She stopped patting the Highlander's hand and threw a look of disgust at Rose. The three standing men began to laugh. Mirthlessly at first, but with genuine feeling once they saw the crushed look on Rose's face. Rachel reached up with her right hand and slightly rotated the laughing Highlander's right hand off her shoulder, twisting the palm out. He looked down at her, but his alcohol-wrapped brain did not register what was going on until she gripped his ring finger with the other hand and swiftly yanked it back. The bone let go with a pop, but McLeod kept up the pressure, bending the digit all the way back to the top of the man's hand. He tried to yell, but nothing came out. He tried to back away, but McLeod came out of the chair and followed him. Rose took McLeod's lead, reacting immediately with the pop of the Highlander's broken finger. Leaning forward on his chair, he shot his right foot into the shin of the leader. The mule kick slipped off the bone, however, merely cracking it instead of breaking it cleanly in two. The man came down heavily on the chair, pushing Rose into the table. With a quick spin off his left foot, Rose was free of the chair and facing his attacker. The man recovered quickly and was already picking up Rose's discarded chair. The few customers remaining in the immediate area scattered as he charged Rose, the chair over his head. With a roar, he brought the chair crashing down in a two-handed blow intended to drive Rose through the floor. Rose, however, was no longer in the chair's path.
Reactor online. Sensors Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Holy fuck, dude, that was a nice voice. Can I replace Bitch and Betty with you?
You can, I suppose.
Do some voice lines.
He sounds like a radio announcer. Radio.
You know, you can listen to these soothing, dulcet tones read you Battletech books while we play Search Warrior all the time on my Twitch channel.
Alright, boys and girls, remember teamwork's OP.
Two guys up to three. The light and the hunchback.
Target acquired. UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, rifleman too.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Make an Echo 5, watch yourself, you're gonna have company real quick.
Target spotted.
Left arm critical damage. Enemy base is being captured. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
One rifleman, one hunchy, Charlie 4, Delta 4.
Affirmative.
Target acquired. Enemy base is being captured.
Did we get that rifleman?
Nah, he's still up. Nope, that's Jake.
Attack is primary spotted.
Where'd he go? Sorry there, Marauders. Get the shit out of my
Hunchback's gone.
Detected.
Good job.
Heat
Oh,
sink
I found him.
destroyed.
Rifleman Echo and behind you guys. Careful. CT.
Target acquired. Autocannon ammo at 25%. Also critical damage.
Keep that pressure up. Move and shoot. We need to take this top back.
I don't got much armor.
Target acquired.
Do Wait, I got a Fafner. Let's go. Fafner, buddy. Not me then.
Attack is primary.
Take it.
India.
Autocannon ammo at 0%.
Haha, surprise, motherfucker.
Target destroyed.
All my ammo is gone.
I'm behind you. Oh, there he is. Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is, over there. Way back in Echo 6.
All I have left is a medium pulse laser.
Enemy
Let's go
base
get
is being captured.
that sniper. AZ. Oh,
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
let's go, Fafner, buddy.
Oh, he's got a friend?
New target acquired.
My buddy, my buddy.
Attack as primary.
Target destroyed.
Good kill.
Let's go get him.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
I only
got
got
it.
Fox 4.
Highlander. Fox 4 high.
Attack is primary. Target spotted.
Some help in Delta 3, Vapor Eagle?
Target spotted.
Yeah, I lost some of my ammo due to
Thank you for
them taking off a limb.
Affirmative.
We need to get that Damn, Conan back there doing his sniper shit. He's on the
primary. Target spotted.
Dang.
Y'all gotta get the snipers. Don't let them catch up. Snapping his ass off as usual.
Yeah, I gotta group up on the right side of the map. Hotel open.
Don't paint train in there. Just gangbang his ass.
Target destroyed.
Okay, this is the one. I think this is the guy I can fix though. Yep,
Yep.
the tunnel.
It's a dire wolf up back on our base.
Yeah.
Where's the other one?
He's back behind you on the ridge line up there.
Target
Conan.
acquired.
And in the shadow. But don't take them by yourself. Just take them one at a time.
Autocannon destroyed.
Group up before you push.
Explosion detected.
Oh no, he's right there. Never mind.
Destroyed.
Oh, there are two of them.
Oh, they're both.
Both dire wolves.
Target destroyed.
One down.
One down.
New target acquired.
Go shot that bitch. Okay, someone else took the push. He's fresh. We gotta get that.
Just overwhelm them. Like I said, never bang train in.
Yep.
Go together. Can't shoot everybody.
He's up top again.
Got that high up in the air.
One torso down.
And a blank. Get him, Mac.
You got it?
Yeah.
I can't believe I lived and still continued to shoot away with that medium pulse laser. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. At 834, I'll take it. Hey, couple of kills is not bad after, not having played in a little while. Yeah, definitely had to have lost some ammo there. All right, let me see how much I've got left. All right, I should have enough for one more match as we play through here. Stepping inside the chair's arc, he seized the man's left wrist as the chair continued to fall, simultaneously driving his right hand into the man's stomach. Good night. Have a wonderful evening, and thanks for being here. Pivoting to the left, Rose continued the motion started by the punch and spun in a half circle, crouching slightly as he turned. The attacker's momentum carried him forward, but the punch had broken his balance. He slammed into Jeremiah's back, his extended left arm over the top of Rose's shoulder. With a quick, upward thrust, Rose catapulted the man through the air, pulling in the left wrist as the man cartwheeled over his head. The Highlander slammed into the ground, his legs forming a clapboard that smashed his testicles and expelled what little air remained in his lungs. Finishing the move, Rose stepped on the man's ribs just under the armpit and jerked up on the wrist. The shoulder popped out of the socket with a hollow sound, and the fingers went limp. Rose dropped the wrist and looked for McLeod. Yeah, right. The first attacker had lost all interest in the fight, but McLeod would not release his hand. Instead of fighting back, he was trying to keep the hand as still as possible to save the finger from further punishment. His friend, however, was not thinking of defense. As Rose looked up, he hit McLeod behind the ear with a bottle. The glass splintered just above the neck as McLeod went down to one knee. The Highlander with the broken hand finally managed to pull free as his friend continued the attack. With his free hand, he grabbed the back of McLeod's hair, forcing her head back. Rose looked for something to throw at the attacker, but nothing was in reach. In desperation, he yelled. It was not the yell of a frightened or angry man. The single note was more like the release of an avenging spirit into the room. For an instant, everyone in the bar stood motionless. Override engaged. Rose used the moment to dive across the table that separated him from McLeod and her attacker. He landed on his hands and tumbled over his landing spot to rise in a crouch.
Nobody getting Kappa. I'll head there after I get done Max and Sigma. I'm on my way.
Everyone else NASCAR right.
Target acquired.
You got the shadow cap. Got it.
Target spotted. We have data. Affirmative.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Thanks for the crap.
Under control.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Got a lance headed for B2.
Affirmative.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
And in front of the werewolf.
Wasn't standing there. I was actually trying to back away.
Target spotted. Has fallen.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Kilo's hurt.
Alright, Wolf, turn around.
Target spotted.
Max, you're gonna have a Marauder 2 coming at your back in a second.
Keep holding the resource points, warriors. They are a quarter of the way there.
New target acquired.
Push ahead. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They're getting pretty hot in C2.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Resource point Epsilon is ours. Target spotted. Target spotted.
We're kicking their own ass.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. We've captured Gamma.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Need
Right
assistance.
flag critical damage. Right arm critical damage. Heat level critical. Right leg.
Ow, I walked around the wrong corner. I'm going to let this continue to play up in the corner, guys. Well, we get back to the book. I mean, it's 6-5 at the moment. We have 4 of the 5 points. So we'll see how it goes, but... McLeod's attacker had regained his wits and resumed his strike with the broken bottle. As his hand went down, Rose shot forward. Their hands met centimeters above McLeod's face. The force of Rose's blow diverted the bottle attack, but the glass ripped through McLeod's shirt and drew 3 thin lines of blood along her shoulder. The attacker dropped McLeod to the floor and slashed wildly at Rose. The Highlander knew he was outmatched, but was beyond caring. He slashed again each time Rose fainted. Although his moves were crude, the man had a solid defense and was beginning to build an offense. By constant movement and use of the slashing bottle, he held his ground against Rose until McLeod re-entered the fight. The constant movement had forced the Highlander toward the bar, and McLeod's coiled legs. With his attention focused on Rose, he never noticed her kick until his ankle broke. He fell to the ground, face to face with McLeod, a look of amazement on his face. McLeod kicked him several times as she hastily stood, but the man was no longer interested in fighting. Rose placed his hand lightly on her good shoulder. "Are you all right?" McLeod looked at him as if he were crazy until she noticed the object of his gaze. Her entire right arm was red with blood. She glanced at the man on the floor, her head cocked in question. Rose simply nodded. With stunning speed, McLeod kicked the man squarely in the stomach. The man groved and heaved his mostly liquid dinner onto the bar's floor. She was ready to kick him again as Rose placed a restraining hand on her shoulder. "We'd best be going," he said. McLeod looked up at him in amazement. "Come on, Rachel." "Listen to the man, lady." Rose and McLeod turned to the final attacker. He stood across the room, one hand cradled to his chest, the other holding a needler. All right, guys, and that is my last match, so let's finish the chapter. The few customers who had not fled into the restaurant seemed to side with the locals. Although none seemed to be armed, they all looked ready to let the remaining Highlander finish the fight as he saw fit. McLeod looked stunned. "You provoke a fight, then threaten to kill us when we beat the snot out of you?" The gunman didn't answer, but his eyes told her the truth. "So much for that Highlander honor you've been telling me about, Rose." Backing away from the man she'd been kicking, McLeod allowed Rose to lead her out of the restaurant. The cool air was bracing against their sweat-soaked skin. Rose grabbed McLeod's arm and began to walk her away from the bar as quickly as possible. Although the hour was early, the streets were temporarily deserted. Heading back to the fort, they glanced about for a cab. "You know, I think you saved my life in there," McLeod said. "The hell you say? I damn near cost you your eye. Not to mention your life." He spotted a cab and waved frantically. McLeod was leaning heavily on him as the adrenaline wore away. "No, you saved my life. Now I owe you." The cab started forward, and Rose quit waving. Used both hands to hold McLeod up. "Hey, where'd you learn all those fancy moves?" she mumbled. I was stationed on Luthien for years, remember? I guess I learned the basics here on Northwind, though, from my mom. McLeod slumped against Rose, barely conscious. As she started to fall, he scooped her up in his arms and waited for the cab. What about that shout? She said groggily. Where'd you learn that? Rose looked down at her, surprised to see she was still conscious. The cab pulled up and the driver got out to open the door, concern etched on his face. My spirit shout, if you believe such nonsense. My sensei said if you were ever in great need, you could release part of your spirit to stun your opponents. That's the first time I've ever tried it in combat, though. Blood dripped from Rose's fingers onto the pavement as the driver opened the door and tried to help Rose with Rachel, who by now was definitely unconscious. The door closed behind him, and the driver trotted around to the driver's seat. Rose looked down at McLeod and held her close. That's also the first time I've ever heard anything that sounded like that. All right, guys, so we made it through 3 chapters of the new book, and now let's go ahead and get into some of our housekeeping, and then we'll go raid somebody. Because, you know, raiding people. So to start with, thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is a gift of your time, and I appreciate that you guys all gave me the gift of yours this evening, whether it was for 5 minutes or 4.5 hours. Of course, thank you to my bots for being here and continuing to do the things that you do and post up the messages that you post up. Thank you to my new camera for following me about as I moved around. Woohoo! I will not be on Friday night. I have a movie in a backyard I'm going to go do at a friend's house. We're going to go watch The Lost Boys in honor of Halloween. Thank you, DJ Ronnie G. I appreciate your being here tonight. If you haven't done so, make sure you subscribe to that YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Continuing to try to grow that venue for me. Normally on my Twitch channel, but if you guys have not, I'd love it if you'd stop out there to youtube.com/@SirArminius and give that free subscribe button. Much appreciated. So I won't be here tomorrow night, Lost Boys. I should be on for Saturday night, though. I got to check to see what the game situation looks like for this weekend for hockey. It'll either be Saturday night or Sunday night, one of those two. Hope you guys all have yourselves a wonderful evening, a fantastic Friday. Panzer, thank you. I will catch you later as well. So like I said, I will be on one of the 2 days this weekend. If I can't be on Saturday, Saturday's my preferred day. If I can't be on Saturday, I will be on Sunday. Just all depends on how youth hockey is going. If there's a game, it may change me around from Saturday to Sunday. No, I don't play youth hockey, but my kids do. Hope you guys have yourselves a wonderful Friday, a fantastic weekend if I don't see you. And if you're on the Twitch channel, make sure you stick around for the raid. Good night, everybody.